If you're in the final of Roland-Garros, you deserve to be there.
I'm so excited. I'm really happy about playing my first final here in Roland-Garros. I have a special feeling to this tournament because I remember when I finished school, I'm running to my home just to put the TV on.
Alcaraz.
I wanted to put my name on that list of the Spanish players who won this tournament.
This place is very special for me. Obviously, playing some of my best tennis here, but also having some of the worst memories here. Going from the US Open final, where I was 2 points away, to being rolled off in a wheelchair here 2 years ago. It's all path of my journey.
He comes here as a round winner, high level of confidence, high level of tennis. He's a really tough and difficult player to face, so it's going to be a really difficult one.
I'm looking forward to another high-level match, hopefully, and both of us obviously want to win our first Roland-Garros title.
Le premier jour entré sur le court est 4e mondial. Il a déjà disputé une finale en Grand Chelem. C'était à l'US Open, c'est sa 2e finale. Il est champion olympique à Tokyo, il est allemand, Alexander Zverev. Il s'est opposé au numéro 3 mondial, déjà vainqueur de 2 titres en Grand Chelem. À l'US Open et à Wimbledon, il est espagnol, Carlos Alcaraz.
Over the past 20 years, we've been used to seeing Rafael Nadal, Novak Djokovic and Roger Federer in this showpiece occasion on court Philippe Chatrier. But this feels like a new chapter now for the sport, and two of its brightest stars are about to go head-to-head, both in their maiden Roland-Garros finals. Alexander Zverev, the 4th seed, looking for his maiden major title, up against Carlos Alcaraz, looking to continue the Spanish legacy at this event and win his 3rd major title. Everyone in position, including our Scots here as well. Brenner Lichtenstein, you see there, is our chair umpire for this final, the final match of Roland-Garros 2024. Let's join in.
Gentlemen, welcome to the final of Roland-Garros 2024. For today's match, we have 25 seconds. As you know, the time starts when I call the score. You have the time in front of me and on the big scoreboard. If you need ball mark inspection, please stop, say something, use your voice. And for the towel, Carlos, can you use the blue box, please? Do you have any questions? After the toss, we're going to do a picture with the kids and then without the kids. Alexander, we have the ball or the player? The player. Ferdinand, s'il te plaît. Vas-y. Super. The ball, Carlos?
I receive.
You receive? Good. Picture, please. Une photo. Guys. Alexander. Without the kids, please. Without the kids. Merci les enfants. Without the kids, please. Thank you.
So keen to get on with it. Forgot to have the quick photo with Alcaraz. It's a huge occasion here, a packed house, of course, on court Philippe Chatrier. And, well, it's been a challenging tournament with the weather, but to be honest, the conditions of the first week where there was so much rain around, inclement weather, it's becoming a distant memory. This is a gorgeous, typical Parisian springtime vista there that you can see around the grounds. Nice and warm, a decent deal of humidity around, a bit of a breeze as well, walking around the grounds here. But it is set up beautifully here for a fantastic matchup here to conclude Roland-Garros 2024. Guy McCree, delighted to be joining you for this, and equally delighted to be joined by 17-time Grand Slam doubles champion Mark Woodford. Mark, good afternoon to you. What a match we've got in prospect here. Let's look at Carlos Alcaraz first of all. Not just this matchup, but reflecting on the tournament, as we need to do here, and how he has fared through these 2 weeks so far.
Good afternoon to you, Guy, and pleasure to be working the final with you, and a spectacular final that we have. I feel like the new day is dawning with men's tennis. This is the future. We saw it in the semi-finals, and we have another bumper final between these two. But Carlos certainly has played his way into the tournament. I think from the first round, that was a breezy match against JJ Wolf, but several of us were making comments. The longer that he stays in the tournament, the more dangerous he becomes. Just dropping, well, 1 set in the second round, went to 5 sets against Jannik Sinner. That's to be expected because they are the new generation.
Yeah, Sinner will become world #1, of course, in Alcaraz's corner here. 2003 winner of the Coupe de Mousquetaire is looking to join on that honour roll, Juan Carlos Ferrero here. So Alcaraz through to this showpiece for the first time. The same, the case with his opponent here, his second major final. What a journey it's been for Alexander Zverev these last few years, Mark. Try and sum that up, not just these 2 weeks, but what he's been through in his career.
It's rocky, isn't it? He arrived on the tour, and he was certainly the one that was knocking on the door, trying to break through the trio of Nadal, Djokovic and Federer. Played the bridesmaid several times, but that one final coming at the US Open, and he was oh so close, hoping that he can reverse. Obviously, he's had some off-court distractions as well. That has recently been settled in the last 48 hours. And again, the run through. He's been in some great form over the past month. He's done, you have to give him credit, Guy, because winning the Italian Open, that was, well, now 3 weeks ago. He's had to carry that form into the off week and then bang straight into the first round. It was probably one of the best first-round matches that I've seen him play in his career at a Grand Slam, because he tends to just ease his way into the slams, which probably hasn't helped him.
Yeah, he just simply couldn't do that against Rafael Nadal, and he knew that. He said that it felt like a final, even for a first round there. And it's probably helped him. Obviously, he's had, as we saw there, against Griekspoor, 2 breaks down in the 5th, coming through against Holger Rune as well, dropping sets beyond that, having difficulties. But it probably helped him, I think, overall in this run to the final, the fact that he could get by Rafa first of all.
Definitely. Not an easy round against David Goffin in the second. You have to play solid tennis against the Belgium. Sometimes you have to, you go through some difficult moments in the pathway, winning the 7 matches. Sometimes you get a little bit of fortune your way. He walked on to the semi-finals, I believe, well aware that Casper Ruud was under the weather. He had a bit of a viral bug, got off to a real shaky start, and it brought back. He probably was haunted from 12 months ago, but clearly Ruud was not capable of playing at the necessary level, and that might have been the blessing for this man. The time in between, he's closed that gap. If he'd played a lengthy match against Ruud, we would be thinking, you know, maybe 5 hours time difference. Is that something that he could you know, give himself the best chance? But he got through. It was a relatively fast match against Casper Ruud.
Yeah, it's another fascinating element, really. The semi-finals in isolation, or whether you look at the time taken overall on court. This one really is, though, a 50-50 feel about it here, this final matchup. So, a new name guaranteed on the Coupe des Mousquetaires. 51 men have previously won it. Who's going to be the 52nd here to herald off the end of this tournament? It's been a fantastic event, a fantastic 15 days of thrills and spills here in the Bois de Boulogne. Carlos Alcaraz going for a third major title, trying to become the youngest man to win on the 3 major surfaces in history, against Alexander Zverev, looking for his first Grand Slam title in his second final.
Jouer. Let's. Second service.
Guy McCree alongside Mark Woodford here on Chatrier, taking you through this one. We mentioned their respective finals that they've been in before. Can be an element here. Alcaraz, of course, winning 2 majors. This is Zverev's first major final in the best part of 4 years. Bound to be a bit of tension around.
S'il vous plaît.
Serve has been so reliable for Zverev. Not the start, fair to say, that he was looking for here, the first couple of points for the German.
And having reached that final at the US Open against Dominic Thiem, one would have expected Zverev to repeat several appearances. His game translates well to the surfaces of the 4 Grand Slams, but he hasn't been able to make that breakthrough until now. So does that add a little bit more tension? And that might have contributed to opening this game with 2 double faults.
It is just a unique occasion, isn't it? Because this serve has been so good. You know, you look at the numbers that we get, all the data through the tournament, I mean, through the season for him as well. Zverev has had some of the best serving numbers.
Renta.
Getting it together a little bit more there now after those opening double faults here, Zverev.
Égalité.
So it may take just a little longer for Zverev to settle into the match. That Grand Slam nerve, the finals, the tension, make those adjustments. Maybe less for Alcaraz up the other end.
an early touch of class from the Spaniard. That's his all-court game in evidence.
Avantage Alcaraz.
It's interesting, in the preview package, as we came to air, Guy, that you were voicing over, and in the warm-up earlier, seemed like he was heavily consulting with Juan Carlos Ferrero. The Mosquito was pointing out pathways, directions, and I feel like it will be a bit more tactically savvy, Alcaraz, today. I feel like there is a few weaknesses that he might be trying to funnel into up the other end of the court, one of which is that forehand side.
Oh, a fantastic finish there. Skips to his chair, having broken Zverev immediately. I just think it's fascinating. You know, you can pore over the statistics and the histories, and there's going to be so much more history between these two. I mean, from Alcaraz's point of view, this is the opponent he's now played the most in terms of the head-to-head matchup. This is their 10th meeting. Zverev edges that. He's won both of them, including here. But with respect, those two Grand Slam meetings, quarterfinals.
Yeah, early in the tournament, and 4 sets in both matches.
It's just a different occasion altogether. And it's something that Alcaraz, you see in that opening game, is looking to maximise. You suggested that right from the get-go here. His advantage in that situation.
Yeah, breaking serve, Alcaraz, the last game, finishing with the shorter ball that was offered from Zverev. Alcaraz just using his foot speed, getting up to the flight of the ball and finding the open court. Well, the forehand certainly helped win the point. Much has been made about the forehand of Alcaraz, given the injury concerns that he had leading into the tournament. Been daily taking it to slowly warming up stretches before he starts to hit the forehand. And the suggestion is that maybe he's not quite hitting the forehand with the same velocity.
The last moment, there was so much good work from Zverev in that point. Lacked the finishing touch, though, the German.
Yeah, good to see, though. Zverev attacking, aggressive behind the backhand.
Drop shot, not one of his best. And Zverev quick to pounce on it.
Ooh, look how high that ball floated off the face of the racket. Still some tension in the arm of Alcaraz with that drop shot. He's put in a double fault. There was also a miss hit.
Yeah, there's tension all around. I mean, we've seen in these opening series of points here, Zverev in his opening service game. Alcaraz now looking to consolidate the break. Still break point down. He's the man, of course, in his corner who's done it all before.
Let, premier service. Zverev.
Can't back up that immediate break, Alcaraz. Zverev here, breaks straight back.
Un jeu partout.
So both exhibiting some tension, some nerves here. Both in their first final here, it's to be expected.
Zero.
Down that end, of course, where Ferrero is, and I've had Ferrero very audible at times through the event in Carlos's matches. That communication that is permitted, of course, they've made full use of it. I just come back to something you said earlier, Mark, about that, about, you know, when they were warming up this morning, about tactically looking at it, because, I mean, you go back to January, you go back to when they played a couple of years ago, you know, Alcaraz found those matches very difficult against Zverev, reflected in the scorelines that you were talking about, both 4 sets.
40-0.
And probably due to that one shot just there, the serve. Zverev, when he is synchronized with that first serve, high percentage, a high win rate, just alleviates the pressure. It actually loosens him up to play more aggressive when he's returning. Alcaraz is not overly dissimilar to clay quarters, European clay quarters, to the Spanish pedigree before him. He wants rhythm. He wants to be able to, if need be, elongate points. And Zverev is the disruptor. He's the one with that first serve. He can keep points very short, and it's frustrating for Alcaraz.
Zverev.
From being broken immediately. Good response here from the German.
Zverev mène 2-1.
Break a piece. Zverev leading Alcaraz 2-1. They've done an awful lot of work in terms of the serve. It's going to be tested here in this highest of pressure point situations throughout here. Also the quality of opponent he's up against here, but his numbers back it up as well. Zverev, it's such a key foundation stone of his game if he's landing that high percentage of first serves.
Yeah, massively. So I feel like this year, and it is reflective in his numbers, they're solid this season compared to previous seasons. He's finding the location, the corners of the court. And I think it does, it's the pole that holds the tent up in the Zverev game, but it helps encourage him to actually be a bit more aggressive. And I feel like that aggression needs to be relevant today. Needs to test going forward. He's not going to win all of the points going forward, but he's got that 6'6" wingspan, that presence up at net, which for him and his team hope to be of great benefit today.
one break of serve apiece here on Chatrier. Very early stages. We're expecting to be a very tight final.
So
many ways you can look at this, of course, but for Alcaraz getting through to this final, mentioned it at the outset, but worth restating again about the 3 different surfaces. The youngest to achieve that through to the finals, and now, of course, if he can win today, would become the youngest overall. Andre Agassi has the record in that regard when he won Wimbledon in 1992. But Andre was 22 years of age. He won there in the All England club. Alcaraz 21.
Gosh, he was only 22, Agassi. What a match that was, beating Ivanisevic. The man with the big serve, left-hander. Grass was still grass.
Really nicely done there. You talk about Zverev playing aggressively with controlled aggression. You've said it through the tournament, Mark, and that point there again, you feel that's the way he's got to play this.
Yeah, on the forehand, the benefit for what helps with the velocity is his footwork. If he can take those smaller steps and get the body weight going through the ball. At times we see him just lean on the right leg, that anchors down, and he pulls up. Hits a higher trajectory, it's a slower ball. And for a big guy, his movement, agility around the baseline, moving forward throughout the tournament has been just fantastic to watch.
Oh, well, he was initially surprised, and then he produced one of those magical moments that he so often does, Alcaraz, to hold on there. Zverev will just look to just move on from those. They're pretty unplayable. He's seen them before, but as you say, but have the solidity, the maturity that he's shown, Zverev, and play his game there. And Borg, of course, 50 years since he won the Coupe de Mousquetaire for the first time.
Let's premier service.
So there's one of those forehands, Guy, that
0-15.
can happen with Zverev. Just the loading on the right leg doesn't compress on the court and pops up on the forehand.
On the backhand in the end that time, but you do feel, as you've analysed already for Zverev, the forehand is kind of the bellwether, the barometer. The backhand, I know he's missed there, but that's normally very rock solid. I would even to suggest there, but the forehand, as you said, if he's hitting that well purposely through it, then he's got obviously much better chances. Conversely, if it is up and down, that gives his opponent far better chances. did it so well, Alcaraz, there, as Zverev looked to press him.
Yeah, I almost thought that Zverev was going to escape there. Savvy enough to retreat after the return was a half volley. Bit of sting from the Spaniard's forehand up the line there, causing Zverev to err.
Opportunities here to get the break advantage back.
Alcaraz
does more than enough. Zverev frustrated again, broken for a second time.
Alcaraz men.
Already it's Alcaraz back a break in front at 3-2. He's just got so much about his game, Carlos Alcaraz, so many options. Can be the issue sometimes, can't it? You've commented on that in the tournament, where maybe it is that the idea that he's still so young and everything working it all out. You can have too many options sometimes.
A bit too bold, yep. Tries some shots, just not in position, balanced enough. Certainly on that last one, we saw the shorter forehand was offered to him. It allowed Alcaraz to use that foot speed, take the forehand and the direction of the approach. It wasn't one of the better approach shots, but it was towards the Zverev forehand, and he got the mistake. Didn't have to play a volley.
Reprise.
So, trio of breaks already here in the opening set of this final. Carlos Alcaraz back a break in front. Couldn't consolidate it, of course, earlier in the set. It was broken straight back by Alexander Zverev. But this is the streak he's put together out of his previous service hold and then into that break. 3-2. Yeah, he's made that.
15-0.
Yeah, I mentioned a number of times this week, Guy, that watching the practice of Alcaraz early in the tournament, hitting with a partner just cross court, but he was looking for the forehand up the line. When the ball was short enough, he motored it with the forehand, then changed sides to the backhand, and it was very similar. I like his chances. Alcaraz's chances more when he's engaging in the forehand battle. Probably those scales might tip in the favor of Zverev, backhand to backhand. It's a gem of a backhand that Zverev owns.
Yeah, for many years, it's been one of the better backhands in the sport. Of course, there are quite a few of them. Top-tier backhands that we've had over the years. Djokovic, Murray, in terms of the double-handers.
Halt against.
We can hear Juan Carlos again. Interestingly, in the semi-final, he wasn't quite as verbal. He actually allowed the manager, Ivan Molina, sitting next to Juan Carlos, do a lot of the encouraging.
Halt against.
Muscles that through with a little bit of extra juice. Alcaraz, this time he is able to consolidate the break of serve.
Alcaraz mène 4 jeux à 2.
Unfortunately for Zverev, trying to redirect with the backhand. Didn't find the range.
Zéro 15.
This will be concerning. Zverev a bit here, this streak of points for Alcaraz over these last few games. He saw it, but the execution better there than one of the ones I remember from earlier in the set. And of course, he was quite far back as well, so he had a lot of ground to make up Zverev there.
0-30.
And on top of that, Guy, Alcaraz more settled, it seems, consolidating the break. Backhand drop shot that he tried early on was filled with tension in his arm still.
Let's premier service.
Welcome point there for Zverev. Everything's tough going here as the set continues. Just that little change of trajectory you could pick up from Alcaraz there was the difference.
15-40.
Court starting to dry out as well, and that's only going to be more advantageous for the Spaniard. There's a bit more speed, velocity, certainly coming from his forehand wing. That extra RPMs that probably he strikes both forehand and backhand with are helping him right now.
More break points. Oh, well, just about. Zverev there hung on. He was clinging on in that point at times.
Wow. A miss by Alcaraz. Perhaps the easiest of forehands that he had in that particular rally. It's a fantastic perseverance. Zverev willing to risk going back into net.
point that was. That was sumptuous. The best we've seen so far.
Well, this was like probing each other, Guy. Zverev did remarkably well to once again hang in.
That's what he's needing to do here. Really trying to dig himself out of a hole in this game.
Avantage Zverev.
Welcome. Second ace there. Timely.
Yeah, that's part of the recipe for success. If you're tracking Zverev's fortunes today, he needs to find a few of those.
He does find a way out. Well, Alcaraz through those missed opportunities. 2 break points there. He's still in front. He's by a single break at 4-3. Could turn out to be very important for Alexander Zverev's chances there. 15-40 down in that game. Managing to find a way through it. Stay in touch. As you said, it's the serve as well. A couple of aces now. He's up to 66 for the tournament, an area where he comfortably leads. Alcaraz, 22 aces, the Spaniard coming into this championship match. Both with very good numbers in terms of the number of first serves they've been landing and how they've been doing behind it as well. It's an area that Zverev will look to improve, though. 56% of points behind, one behind the first serve, down on his numbers for the tournament. Alcaraz is exceeding what he's done in the tournament in that regard. 80% of points won so far. So the new ball's about to come into play here. 2 breaks to 1 at the moment. Pharrell's here in the house. One of the most successful musicians, producers, recent years in terms of pop culture.
$15-0.
Well there. And seeing it quite early. They know each other's, talk about the number of matchups, Mark, between them as well. They know each other's games now at this point reasonably well. You know, if you look at it just this season, I mean, they've met a couple of times already in Australia and then in Indian Wells as well, splitting those meetings. And you get that sense with Zverev here with the drop shot that he is reading it reasonably well.
Mm-hmm.
brilliant. Again, Zverev doing really well. Testing the Spaniard, asking the question, came up with the answer that time.
30-15.
Kept his cool, Alcaraz, once he recognised that Zverev was going to get racket on the ball. Ready for the stretch volley. If you had the chance to call that match at the Australian Open, I was covering up for radio. I never really thought that Alcaraz played a great match. In fact, I thought he played an extremely average match. Tactically, just was poor. Zverev obviously was feeling the effects of playing many matches, caught in elongated tussles leading into that encounter. But I felt like Alcaraz's youth just took over.
Alcaraz.
Holds on to the break. Alcaraz here, moving close to the opening set.
It's a bit more firepower in that rally. Certainly coming from Zverev's end of the court. Alcaraz matching him with power. But yes, in that match, I felt like it just was... Alcaraz was insistent that he was going to keep the points. He was going to win by ripping winners. There wasn't the patient play that we've seen already in this first set. Of course, Juan Carlos Ferrero wasn't present at the Australian Open. He had a team there watching him, but it's not the same as your coach.
It's a fascinating head-to-head this as well. Zverev coming in obviously with the slender advantage, 5-4. I mentioned the Australian Open here a couple of years ago, because if Alcaraz is slightly off it, and he was off it, as you say, in January, high numbers of unforced errors in that one, Zverev really fancies it. You know, even with this start, he still will over the long haul. There's always that danger, I think, for the German, though, and the rest of the tour know this, that if Carlos Alcaraz plays like he can be utterly unplayable. At the same time, we've seen that actually in the Spaniards' wins over the German, admittedly not at the majors, but big tournaments, Masters 1000s, finals, everything else, that he can take it out of his hands because he's just got such an unbelievable game. But that's the fascinating thing about it. Can he produce it enough today on the big stage? Enough, it seems, at the moment.
There's perhaps the range that you're referring to, Guy. Carlos didn't quite get into close enough to the net, but there was no panic. The awareness that he has the soft pair of hands to pick up that half volley. Technique was solid. The knees were bent to create the strong base. Got the ball back, albeit on the line, but it ended up winning the point for him. So that's a shot there. Yes, he obviously is feeling good, feeling that it's appropriate to redline that forehand. I'm not sure that it was absolutely necessary. I'd put that one down to an unforced error in a big way.
Premier service.
Forehand that we've identified, it goes awry there for Zverev.
30-40.
He's in a spot of difficulty here now. He's struggled with the two far more on serve through this opening set. It's happening again.
Merci beaucoup, mesdames, messieurs, les joueurs sont prêts.
Another break point also here, a set point for Alcaraz. Quality close to the opening set of this final. Zverev has work to do. He's dropped serve again, and with it, enables Alcaraz to take the opener at 6-3. Spaniard here to begin set number 2.
15-0.
Broke back immediately to begin the final, Zverev, but otherwise this has been a continuation of Alcaraz's very impressive service numbers, percentages, everything else through the tournament. Delightful touch. It's funny, you were talking about Zverev, it gives him a foundation, but we've seen through the tournament as well, actually, for Alcaraz as well, because of the high numbers of first serves he's making through the tournament. You can see that confidence there.
There's that warm feeling. You have a set 30 love on your serve. You go for the forehand and flush on the line.
Couple of points back here for Zverev. It's an impressive start Alcaraz made to this game. extra heat on that one. Alcaraz was suggesting those couple of points back, letting him back in. Zverev here now getting to juice.
Yeah, one of the few times in the forehand-to-forehand battle that Zverev has come out on top.
Again, getting up to the... I know he started the game with the second point of the game with the drop shot winner off the third ball, but in general, I must say, I think Zverev here is doing well up to the drop shot.
He is, but I just wonder whether those drop shots, that some of the length, the depth, it's been messy from 40 love. Oh, that's a let off. Yeah, I don't think Ferreira would be overly pleased if Alcaraz was losing serve here. Surviving that break point. You're just opening up the door, inviting Zverev back into the match. At the moment, he's in control of proceedings, Alcaraz.
Thought about sending his racket into the clay there. So frustrated because he built his way into the point, Zverev. Desperate to get something going here.
Not quite in the hit range. Bit of a lean. It's unusual because he generally positions, spaces himself spot on with the backhand out. Zverev.
It's a nicely shaped approach there. Good command, authority about that from the German.
Égalité. Avantage Alcaraz.
For a moment, thought that might dribble over. For Alcaraz, not to be.
Égalité.
Seen quite a few of them do that this fortnight.
He gave himself every chance of making the volley. Strong technique. Also have to give credit for Zverev making him play. It was a shoelace volley.
Oh, misjudgment. And it's landed inside the line there.
Avantage Zverev.
Yeah, that's a really bad misjudgment there because it was shoulder high, but he also had 3/4 of the court to hit the volley in. It wouldn't have had to have been one of the better volleys. He still would have won the point more than likely.
Steps up, good serve +1 there to save the second break point of the game from Alcaraz.
Égalité. Avantage Zverev.
This could be a significant game here. Talked about already because he was 40-love up, but he's been there, and I just feel like he's letting Zverev back in time after time here, giving him the opportunities.
Yeah, unconsciously opening the door.
Égalité.
Zverev not yet able to take the complete step through these openings.
Good leave that time.
It's one of the tactical pathways that I feel is up the sleeve of Alcaraz. On that first side of the court, the juice court, serve wide, Zverev tends to just return cross court.
Took the scenic route through that service game. But he does get through it all the same. Alcaraz saving those break points. He's got such a legacy to follow. He's talked about it, about how important it is for him. Zverev, of course, I found it really interesting, like looking in terms of German tennis, German men's tennis here over the years. The fact, if he can win this final, the first German man he would be to win this in the Open era. Come close, haven't they, on a couple of occasions? You think of Boris Becker, Michael Stick as well. Previous, of course, to Zverev, those two elite players, Grand Slam champions, but neither were able to win the Coupe de Mousquetaire here. Stick came very close. Losing the final, was it 96 to Yevgeny Kafelnikov?
Yeah, both those players, and even Boris, played in that type of era as well. And like Michael Stick, his game translated to clay, obviously coming from Germany. There was a bit more to his game that I think on the clay translated very well, but up against, boy, that was he was a tough player himself, Evgeny Kafelnikov, on all surfaces. Probably grass was the weaker of his Grand Slam efforts.
Forehand that we've come to follow it throughout here. Another error from Zverev from that wing. And his dad is coach there, Alexander Senior.
Yeah, Dad leaning forward on his knees and doesn't have anyone next to him in those seats. It's just a direct connection between Sasha and his dad, Alexander Senior. People at home may think, oh, well, there's not that many people in the box. It's a final. If you look across to Alcaraz's box, every match, it's full of people. It's not necessarily a bonus to have that many people in your box, especially if you're looking up and you're trying to take some energy from them. you have a coach, and that's the one person that you should be able to have some, whether it's verbal interaction, even if the coach is just one of those that maybe just nod and a couple of hand claps. You don't want to be, the player on the court doesn't want to be looking at everyone else in the box.
Going heavy. You were talking about the conditions as well. Alcaraz there trying to get some work on that ball as well into the Zverev forehand. Putting him under some serious pressure there, and it's going to stay warm here through. I mean, the court is going to even more play.
It's going to bake, yeah.
That one hits the line. Needs all of these right now.
Avantage Zverev.
9-6 out wide. That's heavy serving. That's up at 222. It's not far short of his quickest delivery of the tournament there. 225 that was from Zverev, but it helps him through to that hold.
And out wide as well, on
Yes.
top of that.
Bonus points.
Yeah. But you can see how much more smooth holding serve can be for Zverev behind that first serve. It was juice, serve wide into the corner. When he had game points served wide, and the returns not coming back as often when he can land those serves into the corner of the box.
Quality stroke production here from Alcaraz, forehand side. Talked about him through the tournament, having the feeling, the belief to hit through that forehand. And I think what's helped him is just sometimes he's had to go for it in matches. You know yourself that, you know, coming back from an injury or you're trying to deal with that, you've got to try and get the confidence back. And sometimes you just have to be forced, don't you, to do it. That's when you know, okay, it's back. I can hit through, as we know he can.
Yes, I had the same injury happen to me as Zverev experienced a couple of years ago. I snapped the 3 ligaments in my right ankle. Took me maybe almost 5 months before I came back to play. Of course, the first few weeks all was good because the adrenaline I was so excited about playing. But then the next couple of months, it certainly tested myself mentally. Because I was having to go into the training room and get treatment pre-match, post-match. Other players were constantly asking me about how your ankle is. I was having to get my ankles taped, and it just was a build-up. It wasn't really until the beginning of the next year that I had kind of put everything aside. I just wanted to make my ankle so much stronger than before.
He just had enough there at the end. Zverev trading with him, and Well, he's not sure here. Renaud Liechtenstein is down, but it was good there. We get a good view of it, of course, from the box here.
45.
A couple of whistles coming from the crowd. That's how close it was. Zverev calling for the ball to be out very early.
Longest rally so far. Oh, another one to check. That one goes Zverev's way, being played here.
Replay the point. Rejouer le point.
And different, completely different from the previous point. Alcaraz wasn't saying the ball was out. He was actually looking very close at it because he realized the ball was in. That's why the umpire was coming down.
Alcaraz.
Again, a look at his dad there, Zverev, as he sees a bit of an opportunity potentially slip by there, the German. Setting 2-1 here now to Alcaraz. You just sense these are key stages, really, for Zverev particularly. We talk a lot about performance levels and maintaining levels here, and you look at these games. This was the 21-shot rally from that previous game. I just feel like he needs a couple more of these to go his way.
Yeah, it's maybe the time for Zverev to dig his heels in. Heavier ball striking coming from his end of the court. You can see that he's playing with space. He's not hitting anywhere near the line. It's Alcaraz at the end of that, willing to pull the trigger, flush on the line.
Reprise.
So we're with serve here early in this second set. Sasha Zverev here mentioned about the German previous record at this event. We looked at Michael Stick. I was actually just thinking about, didn't really ask you about Becker and those semi-finals as well, because he had 3 semi-finals here. You know, if you think of the career Grand Slam with Boris and how players, I mean, you know yourself from your elite doubles career, how this has often been the missing piece, hasn't it, for a lot of players to prosper here in Paris, and he couldn't quite do it. Becker won at the other 3 major tournaments.
Let's premier service.
Yeah, dare I say, the 5-set format probably impacted Boris's chances. Clearly, he was a clay court winner in the lead up to Roland-Garros, but I think the format, has just found it much more difficult, Boris.
Zverev has shown himself, of course, to be a master of that 5-set format with his record over the years here. Outstanding record. Of course, he's improved in this run. Those victories earlier in the event of the Greek Spor and Rune, improving his record. Anticipates well there, cuts it off.
30-0.
Well, Alcaraz might be disappointed with that shot. There was enough space to go over the top of Zverev's head, and even enough time.
Trying to be aggressive off the return there. Doesn't pay off that time for the Spaniard. Straightforward service hold there for Zverev. Just the one loss for him in over 5 sets, but it was a painful one for him. It was to Stefanos Tsitsipas. Those semi-final losses he had 3 in a row before finally getting over that hurdle this year, the win over Ruud. Sun there, the player roll. He's found 2/3 of the way up the net, Alcaraz. Building off the commanding hold. Yeah, looking to do that. Zverev taking the first 2 points here. There's a breeze around as well. My mind's going back to that first point and that missed smash from Alcaraz there. It's the sunshine or just a bit of a swirl around, as it often can be here on Chatrier. Surprising miss. He's normally very, very secure, the Spaniard. That sort of overhead, but as we saw, only went 2/3 of the way up the net. Yeah, he dropped shorter there, Zverev, and Alcaraz absolutely on the money that time with the drop shot.
And that had to be. Zverev putting out the challenge, certainly in this rally as well. He was well in this particular point. And almost got there. At least he reached it. That is the positive side for Zverev. He may not have won the point, but he's shown Alcaraz that he at least got there.
It's a bit scratchy as well. 40 love up in the first game of this set. Was pulled back because of the unforced errors, found a way out. This has got familiar kind of tones to that as well. Again, pulling that forehand, the missed overhead to begin the game. Golden opportunities here for the German. Top dressing, dusting around, blowing around all over the place through that point.
Yeah, there it goes. Although I'm not sure that it really bothered Zverev. Felt like the forehand up the line, he didn't. He steered the ball on the backhand just then, was hoping for it to go over. See if he can make amends. Zverev still a break point.
Yeah, he's got him there. Draws the error, and he's drawn some real life here in this second set. The German, he breaks first for the 3-2 lead. Just felt he built that opportunity for himself. The pressure he applied with his service holes maybe affected Alcaraz a little bit in the start of his service game. Put the Spaniard adrift, and unlike in the opening game of the set, he couldn't find a way out from there. Potentially a little turnaround here in this final. Zverev was right up against it through the first set. He broke back early on, but was under pressure on serve through the set. Was broken on two more occasions. But here, having got that platform the first few games, now he's got the first break of the set. Something to work with.
Reprise.
1 second, please. Sorry.
Hour and a quarter in here on Chatrier and Alexander Zverev. A break up now in this second set. He's talked about that mental strength. We've talked about his journey, the arc for him. But in terms of matches, how he's managed his way on this run through to the final, navigating difficult moments, not getting down on himself. Could have easily happened, lose the first set the way he did. Didn't happen here, and now he's got a platform in set number 2. With this break, 3-2.
S'il vous plaît, mesdames, messieurs, restez silencieux lorsque les joueurs se préparent à servir. Merci.
Again, Alcaraz, shorter ball.
0-15.
He's able to move up to and directs it to the Zverev forehand. It's pretty much the pathway that he's been leaning towards in the match. Maybe it's for Zverev. I think some of the stats are alluding to that he's focusing on Alcaraz's backhand. Oh, yes. There's the serve, tucked into the corner. And using his wingspan. Much more difficult volley for someone not with the same height, reach as Zverev.
Oh, found a beautiful rhythm. Alcaraz. It's like a computer game, that point from the Spaniard. So smooth.
Flattening the ball out. Not an easy forehand for Alcaraz just there, because the ball was fading below the level of the net, and it's in that, it's almost like too short. But because of the quickness with the footwork,
S'il vous plaît.
certainly it aided Alcaraz.
Yeah, the premium being placed on that footwork as well. The changeable breeze around, how it's swirling around a bit here. And footwork's fundamental anyway, but particularly when you've got this changeable breeze around.
Yeah, little steps. Very helpful.
And the fundamentals of the Zverev game here are starting to hold sway more than was the case in the first set. His numbers are just they're just simply up right now in this set. Broken 3 times in the opener. Far improved here, what he's managed to produce so far anyway. Surprise there, though. I'm back behind him slightly from Alcaraz. Change of direction.
Égalité.
That is outstanding from the pair of them. Absolutely amazing point.
Avantage Zverev.
Confidence starting to generate for Zverev. And as you say, Guy, those numbers starting to warm in the serve. Getting some cheap points. Certainly encourages him to play at that level.
Yeah, a fist raised there towards his dad. Gutsy hold there from Zverev. Yeah, talk about that mentality for him as well here. We're seeing it here in this second set from Zverev. Alcaraz will be mindful of that. What he's getting from the other end of the court now. Improvements on serve, but just that mentality from Zverev. So good in this second set. Exactly what you've been saying from his point of view, how he should play. And I'm making a more general point there. You said over the years with him, just to take that final step. And it's about maintaining it. First of all, here showing he can do it again in this second set. Can he do that enough over the long haul?
Yeah, and that has only can be answered by Sasha himself. Not quite to a set apiece, but he's laid the foundation, consolidating the break.
Followed up with that, he hit his previous forehand really well, Zverev. Confidence coursing through the veins, but his best effort following up. Yeah, he mentioned about not being ready, even when he was very close to winning the US Open 4 years ago. 2 points away. Feels he's ready now. Try and take that next step, that final step.
30-15.
First ace of the contest for Alcaraz. Underlines how well he's playing right now here in this second set. Absolute scorcher from Zverev.
40-30.
Definitely was. And even though we've seen, I think in this game, he tried the drop shot off that forehand wing, but it's actually at least trying things. He's not repeating and predictable.
Oh, this is so impressive from the German here. He keeps going up a gear. And even Alcaraz, with his movement, his all-court style here, you just feel here he's struggling to contain this fiery surge from Zverev.
I think you can see on the face, visually, with Alcaraz, it's like he's taken a few hits. Slightly dazed.
Merci.
A lot more juice coming from Zverev's end of the court.
Once that checked, Liechtenstein straight down, confirming it missed the mark. Another sign of the pressure there. He was inside the baseline there. One of his favoured plays there, Alcaraz.
Yeah, inside the court. Also the bounce from Zverev, the spin that he is creating right now, up maybe too high for Alcaraz to try and execute that drop shot.
Well handled. Very well handled from Alcaraz to save the break point.
Égalité.
There are problems there, even when Zverev is miss-hitting the balls now, they're landing in. He is going through an extremely good patch here.
Zverev.
Miss hit earlier in the rally. From then on, he was back at it again, out of the sweet spot. Second chance here for the double break. And the pressure tells on Alcaraz there. His third double of the contest, and Zverev will very shortly serve to level this final up. Oh, this has been really good from Sasha Zverev in this second set. Mentioned he didn't get down on himself after losing the opener. Steadied the waters through those first few games, and now he's kind of gone into overdrive here. We look, one of these stellar points that we're getting from him in this second set here.
Yeah, as you say, the body language has not really changed for Zverev. The trust, the belief in himself. He wouldn't have arrived at this stage if he hadn't have believed at 1-4 in the fifth set against Griekspoor that it was possible. Has overcome back-to-back five-set matches to arrive today, and he is playing super well right now, Sasha Zverev.
The Place des Mousquetaires there, not many seats to be had at all. We've said if you leave your seat there, you lose it through this tournament, and of course that's the case today more than ever. This is a fascinating final right now, especially with what we've seen these last 10 or 15 minutes from Sasha Zverev, really coming into this now. New balls as well for the German, serving here to level the final up 5-2 in the second. And he looked back towards his team, towards Ferreira there. I mean, is that to do with the bounce there, or is it just to do with the work that Zverev is getting on it there into his forehand?
A bit of everything. Certainly Zverev's ball is jumping on Alcaraz.
30-0.
Of course, Alcaraz hits with a lot of spin as well, but that's where the 6'6" frame of Zverev, not necessarily perturbed by it, but Zverev is getting it up onto Alcaraz, out of his hitting zone.
Yeah, and whatever the surface, I mean, he's won many of the biggest titles. He won an Olympic gold medal. He's won the ATP finals twice, countless Masters 1000s. Hasn't won one of these yet, the majors, but he's been, over the years, unplayable when he's in this mood. Zverev, 3 set points. That's superb from Sasha Zverev. 5 games in a row to give Carlos Alcaraz plenty to think about heading into the third set. He's won the second 6-2.
Troisième manche. Au service, Alcaraz.
That was a late call to begin this third set. Confirmed as the right one. looking to reassert himself here. He was bludgeoned really as that second set wore on. Alcaraz, you don't see that very often because of all the gifts that he's got at his disposal, but that's the thing, Sasha Zverev can do that to anyone. So he's needing to reset here. Got that advantage, of course, of serving first again. Not that it turned out to be too much of an advantage in the second set. Zverev really took it to him. And now just opening up there, really good angle. And an off backhand there from Zverev does the trick.
You could see the height. Yes, there was great depth, but it helped by the height, the clearance over the net, pushed Alcaraz back.
Halt again.
It's that skipping off the freshly watered surface, arcing away.
Okay, so better positioning. However, the first game of the second set, he actually led 40-love. It was a very clean start till he was pegged back.
You just feel with Alcaraz, he just needs to try and wrestle back the terms of engagement that were with him in that first set. Just having a look at the speeds we were both really impressed with Zverev in that second set, how the speeds went up, but something you were talking about, that double-handed winner as well, more net clearance as well as the speed. And that's quite a potent mixture if you can get it right. Trying to play, could really only play up there, and Alcaraz punished him there. Noticeable there, he just paused in the forecourt, looked towards Ferrero before making his way back to his chair. That's the importance of that hold. Talk about the maturity of Zverev. I think Alcaraz as well, because, you know, so much documented, like about Zverev's journey, the ankle ligaments you've referenced, the painful defeats as well at this event. But let's remember for Alcaraz as well, that semi-final, you know, when he was a marginal favourite last year, cramping up with the tension, and how he's responded to that in this run to the final this time. So I think both of them get huge credit, what they've done this year, how they've handled it all. I think we kind of take it as well, back on that, Mark. We take it for granted a bit. You know, you and I, everyone over the years, watching those probably the three greatest male players of all time in the same era. You've got a 21-year-old here playing a 27-year-old, admittedly, but only in his second major final in Zverev. you know, they're showing some real, through the tournament and here in different stages, showing some, you know, real signs of how they've improved mentally as well as adding to their games, the maturity.
Zero.
Fantastic defense from Zverev during that point, and it allows him to score another love hold here. Virtually all aspects of his game right now are working. I mean, he's moving so well, Zverev, on top of everything that we've discussed in terms of his, you know, the shots, the big shots coming off. It's going to concern Juan Carlos Ferrero for sure.
Merci. Zero.
It's a first point under the belt for Alcaraz. Let's try to take care of his own end of the court. That's part of the game that he can control.
Gaza.
That wide serve that was serving Alcaraz very well earlier in the match, a little less so now. Making those adjustments, isn't it, Mark, as well, during the match? I mean, yeah, they can get the coaching, but you've still got to take it on.
He's the one that's holding the racket. He's got to execute at the right time. And able to find the serve there at the right time. So just giving some breathing space. So we can just take care of his end of the court, and then you just never know. Certainly it's been an improved level by Zverev. We saw Alcaraz on the return game against Sinner. He started to get a little closer to the baseline. Maybe we'll see that start to be incorporated when he returns.
Pumped up there to hold on the Spaniard through the first 3 games of set number 3. On his serve, Alcaraz 2-1 to the good. Yeah, he needs to respond, as we said at the outset of this 3rd set, what Zverev has brought to the party now here. And just some signs there from Alcaraz that he's able to do that. We know he's able to do that, but he can bring that now a bit more from his end again.
Reprise.
It's an intriguing period here in this final, getting towards not too long now, till 2 hours in. With Carlos Alcaraz trying to draw a line under what happened in the second set, that surge from Alexander Zverev. Zverev looking to carry it on. Loves service game. He's one service game of this third set so far, continuing on serve. He was able to produce in the second. Here he goes again at 1-2. Oh, another perler. So sweetly struck.
30-0.
Yeah, the reaction by Alcaraz after losing that point, I think he's undecided. There's just not any assurance of where he should be positioning himself on the court. Certainly standing in closer to the baseline to return this first serve.
Well, he's been further back than that, hasn't he? I just sense he's saying a little adjustment here. He's trying to get a bit closer.
40-0.
He was very deep in that second set. I guess when you've got that coming at you from Zverev, it's natural to do that.
Yeah, and I only think that's part of the equation, or the trouble that he's facing. It's in rally mode that he's not getting the benefit that he did clearly in the first set.
Zverev.
Just pings down at 216, like he can do it for hours.
And because we saw the increased pace coming from forehand and backhand of Zverev in the second set, Alcaraz has decided to go back a fraction in rally mode, but it's opening up territory, landscape for Zverev. Very clean service game, holding to love.
He's ramping the pressure up, as you say. It's a third love game on serve in a row there from Zverev.
0-15.
Alcaraz, who's had good numbers large parts of the match on his own serve, but he is coming under here because he can't make any inroads on return. Naturally, that is going to bring some pressure as it goes on. 3 in a row, as I say, for Zverev, really good. Yeah, Zverev there was wondering if that serve was long. And obviously played on from there. Hear the effort Zverev was putting in. He could only really play up there. And Alcaraz able to burn him.
Yeah, reaches with enough time, but because the ball is below the level of the net, he's just digging it, trying to place it and then position himself well enough. But if you notice, a couple of the steps that Zverev took wasn't on the spot, it wasn't moving forward. He actually drifted back and it opened the door for the passing shot. Well, and again, goal for Alcaraz. Just take care of his end of the court first. Zverev, for probably the past hour, has been playing, has picked himself his level up.
This is why this is so enticing right now with Alcaraz trying to find an answer, because there's no suggestion Zverev's level is dipping here. We talked about his service games. And if Alcaraz can find a bit more as well, this could... It's already been very good in large parts, but it could go to something else. If he can do that. Relentless attacks there. However good he is in the forecourt, he was under the pump there, Alcaraz.
Yeah, he was a sitting duck, unfortunately, after the first volley, which he mishit, just popped it up.
Merci.
He's just trying to find ways that he can work his way back into a comfort area, at least for Alcaraz. Seen some drop shots with regularity over the last few games. We've seen Alcaraz try to move forward.
Fair to say he's pretty pumped up about that. Still on serve here in the third, Alcaraz 3-2. He's trying different things here. Wrestle back some initiative here, Alcaraz, and keeping the set on serve. Finishing it off on this occasion. To do what he does as well as anyone, engage the crowd, get that energy boost back.
Yep, that's not to say that the crowd is pro him or pro Zverev. I think they're fairly undecided. They're excited to see these two battle it out, but that's certainly, when you're out there, if you can generate some love coming from the crowd here. We know that the French crowd are unbelievable with their support. Alcaraz can try and inspire them here the next couple of games.
It's one serve here at the moment in this third set. Pretty much at 2 hours now. Sasha Zverev on this run of love service holds. Served out the second set to love. Hasn't lost a point yet on the serve in the third. 2-3. Slip from there initially from Zverev, I think, out of his service action. Just went back. It didn't set him, did it?
Lost traction.
First point, of course, after all the build-up now that he's lost on serve in the set. He's missed one overhead in the final, but he's normally so dependable. Showcased it again there, Alcaraz, with that one.
0-30.
Well, it's a well-struck, centered the ball on the overhead, but for me, he's identified maybe a bit of a platform. Alcaraz a little closer to return the first serve, and definitely on the second serve, it nearly jumped out above his head.
He did very well to return that, actually, that kicker. Oh, he's bringing it now, the Spaniard. How good is this?
Once again, Guy, he is...
0-40.
Instead of 12 feet behind the baseline, he is 2 feet behind the baseline, and he's able to start the rally off, at least. And that first point, boy, oh boy, you look back on that.
First break points of this third set. And now it's Zverev's turn to look massively frustrated. Alcaraz breaks to love.
That's it. Is it safe for us to say that that was out of nowhere?
I'd like to think so, having built up 3 straight love holds. But yeah, you could argue again, as Zverev did in the second set, it's kind of come from what he produced in his service games, not as dominant, but the points he was producing, as you say, the tactical adjustments in terms of his position.
Would have referred back to the high level, the response that Zverev made after dropping the first set, been playing at a high level for an extended period of time. Maybe that was his dip. We saw the first point where he just lost traction. Alcaraz being able to build upon that first point.
Putting together his own point streak here now. Spaniard 8 of the last 10. That break to love, sandwiched right in the middle of that. Oh. Well, the way he's been playing in these last few minutes and what he can do, you would never rule out Alcaraz to pull that off, but that ended up being not one of his better moments.
No, it looked like he contemplated a tweener. Glad that he didn't, but then forgot to actually go back far enough to play the forehand.
Yeah, because he was there. I mean, you often make the point, you know, players are just going for tweeners. Actually, he looked like he'd made the right decision because he could get a forehand. It's a bit bizarre how that ended up.
Going for a small target. Goal clearly was to try and move the ball outside of the court. And overplaying it, so some hope here for Zverev. Alcaraz's pathway on this first court was a serve wide in the first set.
He went there again, but Zverev was lying in wait this time. Quality return setting him up.
30-40.
Break back point.
Merci. Yes.
Depth there, and he was nowhere really to handle that.
Égalité.
He can't believe that.
Oh, that was skidded through on the line. You could see Zverev watching the line. I think he was expecting that to be drifting long, and if that's the case, he doesn't. I mean, that's a bad choice by Zverev to not play that ball.
Yeah, because his footwork, as you say, I mean, it's a lapse. He's thinking it's going long. He was nowhere to play that ball.
Avantage Zverev.
I mean, are they both in this game? We're seeing a little bit with the concentration here in this game. There, that previous ball, and now Alcaraz following up, given the gift with the double fault.
He'd been taking care of his end of the court so well in this third set.
Les joueurs sont prêts. S'il vous plaît.
Second chance to break straight back. Again, denied.
Égalité.
Well, let's see if there's a change up here by Alcaraz. To change direction. For me, I'd still go with the slider wide. If Zverev is closing into the baseline, the direction is still going cross court.
Avantage Zverev.
Then facing down here, break back point. Real tension around this game from both. Zverev so quick, but Alcaraz with the final say in that exchange. This is gripping stuff.
Égalité.
Plenty of drama right now. We had the data in the semi-final that Sinner against Alcaraz, when they were playing key points or break points against each other, the speed of shot increased. It was like 4 Ks more. Zverev really motored in that rally. Bit more of the firepower. The flames coming out of Alcaraz at the end of the court right now.
Alcaraz. On the way forward quickly, but snatched at that one, Zverev. And he misses out on the break-back points. Alcaraz a game away from winning this set. I think he's just gesturing across to his team there. Alcaraz. Gutsy hold that was in the end, but Zverev, I think, will look at those 3 break points as big opportunities, because he had plays in them as well. Goes on to lose this set. You look at it and look at their conversions here. This is tournament as opposed to, of course, in the final here, and you can see, I mean, his numbers have just taken a hit there today, missing out on those 3 break back points. Zverev down at 25%. Alcaraz, with his opportunities, more effective in the final so far than in the tournament as a whole.
Reprise.
I think it's fair to say everyone's enjoying this right now, this final. Almost 2¼ hours in. It's fluctuating, ebbing and flowing. Both players have had periods where they've been on top. It's currently Alcaraz again, but you don't feel it's decisive. I mean, just look at the last game there. Zverev could have easily come back into things, had the break points. Gonna have to put all of that behind him here. German serving to stay in the third, 2-5 down. And again, you know, you talk about Alcaraz trying to draw a line here. What's gone on in the last few games? I know he had the break-back points, but for Zverev, who hadn't dropped a point on serve in 3 games, then got broken to love. Now, can he draw the line?
Good start.
composure about that from Alcaraz. Surprised there, Zverev, how quickly that return came back at him. Very flat, a hit from Alcaraz.
Let's premier service.
It would have felt quite nice coming off of the face of the racket there. Forehand, maybe caught it even a little too early because the trajectory just dragging it down into the net. But it's been a positive move, being closer to return serve for Alcaraz.
Yeah, not always paying off, but you often talk about the intent as well, the seeds of doubt, Mark, that you sow in the server's head there. I think we're hearing, what is it, it's 1.5 meters or so further up in terms of his return position in this set for Alcaraz. So even when you don't make it, Zverev now with more to think about. Finds his mark there. Asking the question here of Alcaraz to try and serve out this third set.
Yeah, you're kind of looking for two effects. One is maybe you are able to pick up the return. You might be able to get the ball, just jag one out the middle of the racket and it gets back to your opponent a little quicker. But probably first and foremost is that you force the server to reassess maybe their direction of serving with where you position yourself to return serve. If you come a little closer, maybe it forces Zverev into going for a few more body serves. Maybe he doesn't try to slide the ball out wide as often.
Did brilliantly there, Zverev. And that last forehand of his, to really stretch, lunge to get to that.
Used to be with Rafa when he was winning all of those 14 titles here, and the buggy whip forehand up the line that he was able to drag back in. Kind of feel like with Zverev on that last point, able to get over to the forehand and hit with some conviction the ball up the line.
Is the door ajar here for Zverev for the break back again this time? He's normally rock solid double-hander there, lets him down for once. He had those 3 breakback points in Alcaraz's previous service game.
Oh. Such a quality return of serve. And to lose the point, the forehand that he jumped up on.
It's that one you circle later as a critical moment. He'll hope not, obviously, but it's a big opportunity again. Alcaraz there goes long, so it will be Zverev here at the breakback point.
Consecutive games now. Zverev's had a bite of the Alcaraz serve. He needs this one, keep the set alive.
Oh, and sent sprawling. Zverev does convert this time, and this intriguing third set of this final. Back on serve. Alcaraz can't serve it out. 5-4 now.
Well, there's the end, the passing shot cross court creates the break, but the shots may not remain on Alcaraz long enough here. But when he got himself together, he was having a look at the line. I think he felt that the serve was actually long. Peering over the net. Here we go. Just acknowledged Zverev, who was concerned just to make sure that he was okay. But Alcaraz certainly spent a bit of time having a look over the net at the line call. But he's got to forget about that now. 3 points in that last game went against him when he came forward to net.
So another little twist here in this one. Sasha Zverev still with work to do here, but Carlos Alcaraz unable to close out that third set on his own ball. Where do we go next in this fluctuating third set? Only find the crowd there. It's another ball that has jumped up on Alcaraz there. Getting the clay to talk to him, getting it to work in his favour. Hit a line there as well.
40-0.
He's increasing the heat here again.
Zverev.
That's immaculate.
And it's a convincing game, clearly winning the serve to love. But Alcaraz, it's almost like he's allowed it to bother him, to having dropped serve. Made that initial break. Not able to get to a racket on the return, but none of them went over the net at all.
He was trying to inject some of his own pace there, trying to ride with Zverev. Remember how he was overpowered in the second.
0-15.
This is the run that Zverev has put together. He's been menacing on return for a little while now. Deft touch.
15.
Again, after finishing the serve, lands it in the court. The return didn't have anything penetrating. Just allows him to glide forward, execute the drop shot.
Gives him a taste of his own medicine there. The dropper from Zverev does enough.
I've said a few times during the tournament that there are certain players, when they're in control of the rally and they're moving to the net, they're much more comfortable. They find their court position, they can track the ball, a passing shot. But when they're dragged in, they're at the mercy of their opponent. They're uncomfortable. I felt like that Alcaraz was not happy that he was drawn in there.
Keeping such a good rally ball length there, and with the pop, Zverev, he's rising again here, the German.
15-40.
And the shake of the head, not exuding a lot of confidence, is it? It's what a mishit can do. When it's different if it's off of the center of the racket and you make a mistake, but when it's a shank off the frame, that's a fair miss.
2 break points. Four in a row, putting together another run here. Alcaraz at the moment looking a little bit powerless with all of that. Zverev to serve for the set soon.
But do you think it's normal playing a final of a Grand Slam or on clay court? And it seems like it is hard court. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Yeah, so he's lost his way. He's lost his focus, Alcaraz, and he's pointing towards an area of the court at the end that he just lost his serve. It's where the players are landing after they're hitting their serve, and in particular on that juice court, there's a bit of an area that he's pointed towards. He feels like that contributed to the miss hit, and certainly it's an area where Zverev, you've got to give him credit. He's returning with a little depth. There's Zverev just cleaning the court up.
Fair to say, Carlos Alcaraz not too happy with things right now, as you'd expect. He was in a position where he served for the set not too long ago, but he's lost the last 4 games in that subsequent stretch. It all means here, Sasha Zverev serving here for a 2-1 lead.
Merci, les joueurs sont prêts. Merci beaucoup.
That's the start that he would have visualized in the sit-down. Alcaraz was making his complaints. Zverev very studious, calmly going about his work. It's a little bit surprising, Mark, how he's lost his way here, it seems, because, you know, we were complimenting Alcaraz there on that 3rd set, what he did to get into that 5-3 lead. But this will puzzle, I think, Ferrero here, because from there, mentally, we've credited him. I think mentally, it's not quite at the same level. The better of the German on that occasion.
Yeah, look, he won the point. Every hit was redlined, max power. So is that played with intention, or is it a reaction to being really ticked off right now? If it's the latter, he could expire out of the match, playing himself out of the match.
Rushes Zverev there. Started from a very deep return position, but did advance, to be fair. Alcaraz very quickly after that to try and dictate.
So if he does go back further, which it seems like he is now, Alcaraz, that's his decision, you would think with the quality of serving by Zverev, got to explore wide.
It's like he was listening to you. It's a beautiful slider.
Well, and in all honesty, you don't have to hit a high-speed serve. It's just making sure, trusting your technique around the outside of the ball and carve it off. That was a bonus that it's collected the line.
S'il vous plaît.
Set point, Zverev.
Odds.
See Alcaraz there changing up again. Not outright moonballing, but not far away from it. With the height that he was trying to bring into the rally there.
Égalité.
So nothing should really change here on this juice point. For Zverev, seeing that Alcaraz is almost to the full length of the court.
Yeah. Takes it there, didn't look favourably placed.
And that's just tightness. Did a good job directing the backhand, but this was tension. The ball was mid-court.
Merci beaucoup, mesdames, messieurs. S'il vous plaît. Merci beaucoup.
Set point up to break back point down.
Where were those first serves on set point?
Dale, dale, vamos.
Zverev just about holding on to that last one.
And he just continued on, trusted himself. The ball hit the top of the tape and held up, but he just kept going to the net.
Second set point. Spotted something on the ball there. Looking to steady himself. Took quite a while, didn't he, Zverev, in the previous set point.
Merci beaucoup, mesdames, messieurs. S'il vous plaît. Merci à tous. Merci.
Yes, again. to close out the set. He grinds his way through it. All heart. Sasha Zverev, 5 games in a row. And he finds himself now, the German, a set away from what would be his first major title.
Quatrième manche. Au service, Alcaraz.
So, as he found himself in slightly different pathway, of course, to the semi-final, but needing to turn it round again here. He talked a lot, didn't he, after that win, where he came back from a set down on 2 occasions to beat Yannick Sinner. About, it was amazing, wasn't it, the echoes of Rafa Nadal in all of it, and the answers about enjoying suffering overall out on the court. And for Alcaraz here, he's got to look to do that again.
Again, yep. Well, Zverev's done it, back-to-back matches.
It's what this tournament, this court does to you, doesn't it? And you know that yourself, yep. Your career arc, how difficult it is to prosper, how it examines you. We've talked about it, toughest tournament to win. Anyways, here, Roland-Garros, plus these big draws and everything else. And although he's a set away, still will feel a world away, I think, at this point, from Zverev's point of view. Alcaraz, though, has got to dig so deep again here.
Yeah, we're taking care of business. It's first and foremost for Alcaraz. Just not do anything outrageous when he's stepping up to serve, and just wait for those moments. I don't think it's going to be a match if he's to take the title. Where we see him break the Zverev serve on numerous occasions. That first set, there was 3 breaks that went his way, but that was, I think, Zverev trying to find his footing, nerves, etc. But he's now found a range on the serve that I don't think is going to disappear for the rest of the match. So key for Alcaraz just to take care of business and wait for maybe 1 break.
Alcaraz
pulls that last one. The German chance slips by there. Yeah, he's going to have to grind and enjoy and embrace the suffering that he talked about here, because, as you say, I mean, we've seen this with Zverev as well in his career, and made this point. I mean, he is the best active player. He might be ending that soon here, not to win a Grand Slam title. Zverev, hard to argue against that with everything else he's done, made that point. But I'm with you, I think he can give chances up, but his general level, his numbers again on serve, he's going to be an extremely tough out in the main, because he's got that rhythm now. Just looking at his numbers over the match, high scores that he's posting. And will he get tight at points as it goes on? We'll see. But I mean, in general, he's got a good rhythm.
Just allowing himself to a little rattled. He had words with his dad in that previous game as well. He won the first point and then was a shank forehand. He doesn't want to just lose some focus here. Don't beat yourself. Make Alcaraz beat you.
Oh, nice. Just waited for his opportunity. Getting the better of Alcaraz again that time.
Yeah,
there's the easy redirect. It isn't easy, but he makes it look easy, Zverev. That's the quality of his backhand. And of course, once he gets to net, that reach on the high forehand volley.
Oh no, he left it to getting forward there. That's befuddling there. It really is.
Let's see if there was any lack of power.
Merci. Let's premier service.
Ooh, late call on that one.
It's going to be helpful for Alcaraz.
Well, carrying on his protestations there, Zverev. Here it is. Not missing by much, but missing all the same. Is this another twist? Great points for Alcaraz here early in the fourth.
He's got to press the reset button, put the blinkers back on. Zverev.
It's the first serve he's missed. His problems lying elsewhere in this game so far.
And that's just alleviated so much anxiety that's built up in this game.
Still another chance to break here for Alcaraz.
S'il vous plaît.
That is very good. And it secures the early break here in the fourth for Alcaraz. Zverev really didn't do too much wrong there. Solid volley, but the pass was something else.
And a great camera angle.
Merci beaucoup.
Showing the spin and the ability of Alcaraz just to come around the outside of that ball and bring it back in.
Just reflecting back on that Zverev service game, obviously Alcaraz producing that quality, saying that he only missed one first serve in that service game. It's about keeping the focus up that you talked about. He was going in talking to his dad as well from early in the game. Yeah,
lost the composure.
He's going through an excellent period here now. He's had these before. Had it in the third set before he lost his way.
Alcaraz.
Excellent start to this fourth set from the Spaniard.
Alcaraz men
ahead in sets, of course, but yet to get on the board in the fourth. It's a hot little streak that for Carlos Alcaraz, and midway through it, of course, through this run of 3 games here. This is what he was doing at the end of that second game of the set where he got the break. His pass. Ooh.
And look, on a different pace court, whether it's the grass or hard courts, that volley that Zverev made might have been difficult for Alcaraz to chase down and hook the return, hook the passing shot, but on clay, just that extra, it's just that couldn't be a second. Alcaraz is able to make something of it.
That feeling, don't you, here on the cusp of 3 hours of play, that we could still be here for a little while, and no one is complaining here. This is the drama that Roland-Garros provides, that Grand Slam tennis provides in abundance. Zverev here talked about looking to reset, draw lines here. 3 games against him. The way these two play with everything on the line, they're always likely to be streaks. Alcaraz on 1 now, 3 games in a row.
0-15.
I don't think Sasha Zverev would have been getting ahead of himself at 2-1 up. Remember that US Open final, his previous major final, he was 2 sets up. He was break up in the 5th. He was 2 points away. So I think 2-1 up. He wouldn't have been thinking about lifting the Coupe de Mousquetaire yet at that point. But there's no question, Mark, as you said there, that previous service game, that he just lost a bit of focus of what he was trying to do.
Should not have been on the losing end on that point.
Yeah, because it'd been so good. Didn't have to be that close to the line, really. Read it there. Didn't have to move too much there, Alcaraz. Zverev nowhere, really.
15-30.
Similar to the backhand volley, perhaps on break point down on a different surface. He might have ended up winning that particular point, Zverev. On clay, enough time for Alcaraz.
Missing more first serves in this game so far, Zverev. With one here. Didn't make it, and even worse from his point of view. Following up with the double, his 4th of the match. Opportunity to extend the lead to break again here. Let in. He wasn't going to pass that up. Zverev here in deep trouble now in this 4th set as Alcaraz breaks again.
Serve disappearing.
Yeah. I think we're both surprised by that. He's had good rhythm, but this is his, his first serve just deserted him there in that game. Upped it in the numbers. That's 5 from 12. And then with everything else, other issues.
So you take the strength, one strength away from Zverev.
15-0.
And the equilibrium in the match. Maybe those scales balance lean towards Zverev even. I should say towards the Spaniard, the number 3 seed.
Hands up.
Play with shape, with height there. This is that corner that he was going for, Alcaraz. Struggled to maintain it. Zverev had that really good period. I would argue the best period that we've seen in the final, that second set. But outside of that, although they've had runs, none of it's to do with the opponent's level dipping. Alcaraz has played a couple of excellent break points to get the 2 breaks, but outside of that, I mean, is it lights out by what we've seen from him? I'd suggest not. Even in this position, therefore, you think for Zverev, if he could pull it together, he can come back into this set. I mean, showed that in the third, put those 5 games in a row together to win it. And he's got one of them back here. Nice breaks. Isn't long for Alcaraz being 2 breaks in front there. 4-1 up now. It's interesting, isn't it, in terms of the level, maintaining the level, point you made, because they've had excellent periods. We've got the trainer on for Carlos Alcaraz here. Seemed to be any issue as such. I mean, he had the issues against Sinner, didn't he? He talked about it afterwards. They were both struggling a bit with cramp.
Just stretching out to there, and the way that they placed the towel, the trainer was almost like rubbing the adductor, left adductor.
Alcaraz here, he's got the trainer on, and they've been stretching out that looks to be the left abductor.
The doctor now also being called to the court, so medication will be offered, maybe just some anti-inflammatories to take.
Starting now.
It's going to be a medical timeout here as well.
Carlos Alcaraz reçoit un traitement médical.
Confirmed by Renaud Lichtenstein there in the chair, so 3 minutes to follow. Yeah, it's of course he came into the event, as we know, he's wearing that sleeve, the right forearm problem that blighted his European clay court season, his preparations. He's handled that really well through the draw, as we've made the point already, but in terms of that semi-final with Sinner, they were both feeling it, both cramping. Alcaraz admitted that afterwards. Zverev, meanwhile, wants to move on, having just got one of those breaks back immediately. He's going to be serving, so it's wise as well to go and look to hit a few balls here, while the medical timeout goes on here for Alcaraz. Treatment carries on here for the Spaniard.
2 minutes remaining. 2 minutes.
Third of the way through then. Going to look to use all of those 3 minutes as well with the nature of the problem, looks to be. So, meanwhile, Zverev is trying to, as I say, keep loose because he's going to be serving on the resumption. Didn't look to be any massive issue as such. I mean, the way, I know he's just dropped serve in this fourth set, but it didn't look to be any issue for Alcaraz there.
No, I don't think it happened after one particular shot. It's probably more of the accumulation of combination of tension and just the chasing that he's had to do. Obviously on clay, you were off a forehand and backhand. There are moments where you're a right-hander hitting a forehand, that right leg goes out to anchor down. You hit a lot of balls front on. A right-hander with the backhand, whether it's a one-handed backhand or a two-handed backhand, you put that left leg out, which is the area that he's just had treatment on.
Timeout is done then. Still, of course, a breakdown to Alcaraz in this fourth set. Zverev here 1-4. Zverev was trying to, I think he ended up hitting any balls as such, but he was trying to just stay on his feet as well, keep loose while that medical timeout went on for Alcaraz here. But it's tricky for him as well, those few minutes, having got one of the breaks back, to now come out and serve, trying to continue the recovery. Both of them at a delicate stage here. Beautifully played, the angle that Zverev found there. Yanked Alcaraz out of court. So eager, wasn't he, to finish that one off. There's a couple of times Zverev has snatched at balls like that. Shorter ones, over eager.
S'il vous plaît, restez silencieux lorsque les joueurs se préparent à servir. Merci.
On the run around, was one that he missed earlier in the match on the forehand side there. The double hander this time, Zverev pushed back. Already broken, of course, twice in this set. Alcaraz can go 2 breaks clear again here.
Égalité.
Well, an up and down game by both players. Probably say the same for the previous one as well at 4-love. Alcaraz forgetting to take care of his end of the court. Now Zverev up and down in his own game.
Kept his focus there. Yeah, the levels are dipping now, going up and down within particular games, as you say, Mark, here. And we're 3¼ hours in. There are some, as I say, real fluctuations going on.
Égalité.
Another one. Off backhand this time.
Alcaraz.
Both dipping now. Level not quite there from the pair of them, as it's been for large periods. Alcaraz again with the chance to take advantage of all of that. Get this double break back in his favour.
Alcaraz.
And the errors mount there. Zverev, he's broken again. This is looking like, at the moment, it could well be heading to a decider very soon. A bit of a sticky period of the final here, Mark, for both players.
Yeah, tension. It's not unusual to see fluctuations.
Correction was good.
Immediate correction from Liechtenstein.
Maybe been a tad surprised, more so with Zverev. It's just been a power failure. He's got to find a way to find that chord and the change of ends, maybe just recharge. He certainly opened the door early in this fourth set when he allowed himself to become unsettled, engaged in a conversation or two with his dad, unhappy with maybe losing a point or two. It wasn't anything alarmingly bad, but the body language showed that he was unhappy, and he's just been leaking errors.
Grateful for that as well, because his winners have dried up a bit as well in this set at the same time. He's in double figures for Unforced errors for the set, Zverev. And you look back through his road as well, you know, there's 2 5-setters and everything you commentated across that we've done as well, and they were massive, there were big fluctuations. It's not like in Greek sport, okay, and everything at points, Runa as well, but I mean, there were those big dips. There often are, of course, in 5-setters, and as there have been over the years for him. Not too far away there, but he was pushed so far out.
15-30.
And this is the thing, I mean, focusing long on Zverev, I wouldn't say Alcaraz his level has been that outstanding in this set either. To be 5-1, I know break points down here. Both just struggling to find their best tennis here in this set. Tennis that we all know they're capable of. They've produced in patches in this final.
So Alcaraz, for me, he's got to, again, revert back to taking care of business. The door was open, he provided the break of serve back, it was donated the break back once again. He's fought back to juice here after saving 2 break points, but this could be significant for Alcaraz in the future of this 5th set that we're heading towards.
Avantage, Zverev.
Won't be heading there quite as of yet there. Misses with the dropper.
It's just the shot selection. It's whether it's fatigue that's starting to build in, that generally leads us as a player out on the court. You start to make irrational decisions.
Hold of that one. Zverev's ball, I think he's bemoaning how it just sat there.
Égalité.
It doesn't come easily to win this as well. And that's the thing you think about over the years. Mention those 3 men, of course, who've dominated, particularly 2 of them, Nadal and Djokovic, how they handled things. Maybe not as easy as that. Maybe that's what we're seeing in this 4th set from these 2.
Let's premier service.
Oh, sweet. 2-12. He's found that.
Avantage, Alcaraz.
Zverev's had those couple of break points. Here we go then. Is Alcaraz going to force the decider here?
Jeu
That's where we're going.
Alcaraz.
Carlos Alcaraz heading back here on Chatrier, keeping alive his hopes of a maiden Roland-Garros crown here. Takes that full set off Alexander Zverev, 6-1. Going into a fifth set here in the tussle to see which of these two players will have their name added to the honour roll, be lifting that Coupe de Mousquetaire, named of course after the original four Musketeers: Jacques Brugnon, Jean Barotra, Henri Cochet and René Lacoste. The legacy. It's about building a legacy here. Whether it will be Carlos Alcaraz continuing the Spanish dominance in terms of lifting that trophy, or whether Alexander Zverev can rouse himself to become the first German man in the Open era to lift that trophy, to win this men's singles title here. It's all up for grabs as we ready ourselves. It'll be fascinating to see who can bring their best tennis to this final set, because we've seen them both in patches produce it, but the consistency, and we've talked about that understandably with everything that's on the line, but there have been those considerable fluctuations.
Well, the temperature check in this match for Zverev, if he's to loft the trophy, it's that serve, a key component in his game. And for Alcaraz, try to just take care of business, his end of the court. We've seen some loose service games coming from the number 3 seed's end of the court. Tension is only going to rise even further along as this fifth set gets underway.
Dernière manche. Au service, Zverev.
Zverev then pulled back into this decider by Alcaraz, has the advantage of serving first in this final set. McCree alongside Mark Woodford with you here. There is so much on the line in this one. This is, remember, the third fifth setter that Zverev has played. He's got an imperious record in 5 setters, particularly at this tournament. Takes that into this one, of course, back-to-back 5 setters earlier in his run through the draw. Almost there. Alcaraz, who's got just as good. He's a 5-set record, has won both of the previous ones he's played here. And of course, in the semis, knocking out Yannick Sinner. Couldn't quite pick that one up. Remains too close to call. You just look at that element there. There's not really anything to choose between them. It's a considerable pause there that he imparted on proceedings, Zverev. Like interminable bounces of the ball there for delivering the double.
45.
As you said, Mark, I mean, the tension's only going to rise here as well. As the set goes on, both these two in their first final here. Can Alcaraz make the fact that he's won 2 majors count as we go on through this decider? A deep return position again from Alcaraz, and Zverev finds the slider and finds his way through the opening game of the decider. How crucial serving first there here could be for Zverev if, as you've said throughout, the foundation stone platform of his game there did enough there overall to hold through. That can be key, the fact that he's in front there and can use his serve to stay out in front of Alcaraz.
Zero.
Zverev doing a good job. That one kept low to make Alcaraz play another ball.
15.
Snuck that point out. Not in a great place for much of it, Alcaraz. Ends up winning it.
35.
Just feel it in the point constructions as well, how much is riding on this. Drawn out rallies, they're quite cagey as well. Looking to take too much risk. trying to tease each other at times in these rallies. It reflects the situation.
The off-pace forehand by Alcaraz, just trying to probe.
I think probe is a great way of putting it here, particularly what we've seen so far in the decider. He's very cagey.
Alcaraz
finds a first serve there. Levels up here, already in this final set.
Un jeu partout.
So it'll be key now for Zverev, having dropped 3 service games in that 4th set. He dropped 3 service games in the 1st set and was able to problem solve. Went through sets 2 and 3, losing minimal serve. I think it was only 1 serve. So after dropping 3 serves in the 4th set, he did the right thing, taking it out of the air. Had the open court.
0-15.
Yeah, and from his perspective, as you've been saying throughout, you'd push Zverev. Yeah, okay, he's put the volley long there, but the point actually had a great degree of intent about it. Yeah. That, as we've seen over the years, can be the issue with Zverev. He can just be very keen to play the passive, longer rallies. One long, and now he's doffed one into the net, halfway up the net there.
0-30.
She could compliment him about his point that he played before this. Simply has to make that.
Merci beaucoup, s'il vous plaît. Merci.
Sixth double. And he's in big trouble here, Zverev.
So there's the temperature gauge for Zverev in this 5th set. That serve not really landing. Double fault. There's 3 errors. And of course the fatigue value now, the build-up of the extra tension, probably tapped into the energy reserves. And that man would know a thing or two about energy reserves on this court.
Ice cool, Bjorn Borg. His victories. Problems of his own making, the 2 missed volleys, the double fault, and he couldn't get out from there. Alcaraz with the first strike in this deciding set. 2 on the lead. He's got the taking some more powder or tablets on there. Of course, the trainer's on. He's had that medical timeout before for the left leg. Not anything that's going on there further in this sit down. But really there, because he asked for something extra here. The trainer was going away. Really gifted that break of serve by Zverev. You mentioned the first volley. OK, you've played a good point. The second one, though, that forehand volley, and then a double fault to boot.
Reprise.
Not the sort of level that Zverev would have been looking for, trying to win his first major title here. Can still happen, but he's got a bit of work to do now. Pretty tense, as you'd expect here, not just with the players, actually around court, Philippe Chatrier as well. It's Carlos Alcaraz here with the advantage. Gifted that break of serve, 2-1 to the good now on Alexander Zverev in this decider. He might become a little bit more vocal again. That's fluctuated as well over the fortnight. Juan Carlos Ferrero, very animated at times, and other occasions just quietly letting his charge get on with it. Zverev had seen it, but didn't have to play. Oh, this is tense. Oh, Zverev there, let that go. He's convinced it's wide, and it is. He didn't even play there, just stopped. Convinced it was, and it was confirmed as wide. Squash-shotted that ball back into play. Do you think some pace coming off Zverev in the rally there, but he's managed somehow, Mark, to get that one.
0-40.
Just a little slow to move up was Alcaraz.
3 break-back points.
S'il vous plaît. Let's premier service.
Great pickup. Good work from Zverev. Alcaraz here saves the first of them.
15-40.
Just creating an abbreviated take back. Helped with the angle.
Merci beaucoup. S'il vous plaît.
About to say, really struggling for first serves so far.
Might have caught some of the line.
Oh, but he's got away with that, as he there with the second serve. Disagreement. It's not the first time. He's not going to get his way, Zverev, there.
Premier service.
It just adds to the drama, doesn't it? He's got to tell himself here. He's still in the box seat in this return game, Zverev. Forget that happened. Played with good width there. Did all the approach work right, Zverev?
30-40.
Very little coming easily to either of them at this juncture. And more opportunity to break straight back. Well, there was the puff up of the line there.
Walking a fine line is Alcaraz.
You don't say.
A couple of lines.
171 kilometers an hour, that forehand. Holding literally nothing back there on break point down, Alcaraz. Oh, come on.
Avantage Zverev.
How do you begin to describe that? I mean, Alcaraz would have been chances there eventually in that point. Zverev felt like he had to win it 4 or 5 times over.
Un peu de silence, s'il vous plaît. Merci.
Another chance to break back.
Haven't seen the
Égalité.
serve and volley recently from Alcaraz, but probably a wise choice there, given that the leg strength of both players certainly would have been compromised after the previous point. Cheap way of winning the point. Back to deuce.
Finds that little pocket there. One area I don't think Zverev was expecting the ball to land in there.
Avantage Alcaraz.
He already moved across. Just couldn't get back.
Quite often he has said, Alcaraz, the inspiration that he can take from his box
Merci.
at moments of crisis. They remind him to just smile.
Oh, no, that's a peach. To produce the hold. Could be a key moment, that one. He saves 4 break-back points to move out in front in this decider. There they are. I mean, it's that smiling he's talked about, it just to stay relaxed and be able to play that drop shot that he did there, Mark, because that's out of keeping with a lot of what we've seen in recent times.
Les joueurs sont prêts, merci. S'il vous plaît. Let's premier service.
Strong double-hander to begin this service game. To respond to the disappointment, sure he would be feeling with those break points that he had.
Zero.
Gotta be kidding. That was thumped at him.
Yeah, just a pure reaction by Alcaraz. You see the change of pace that he sent up the other end, and just reaching. That's probably contributed to the reason why he's had some treatment on those legs of his. Sliding at end range to get that forehand.
Definitely prospects of plenty to come here. Zverev with points. We've seen it in the course mark of this final. He is by no means out of this yet. Hold on here. His dad will know that. Still got big chances. previous forehand. I just feel like, Mark, sometimes Zverev here in this fifth is kind of decelerating a little bit on the forehand. You know, you mark that out as the bellwether, the barometer to follow. He's lost, it seems to me, a lot of pace in this final set on that shot. So much off the backhand side. It's the forehand, though. Spoons that volley there. This goes on this game.
Égalité.
Pulled up slightly off that last one. Zverev, and Alcaraz finds the gap. Is he finding his way to this title? For the first time here. Break point coming up.
Avantage Alcaraz.
Just losing his feel. The touch. And there's tension, whether it's in your legs, your arms, your shoulders.
Merci beaucoup, mesdames, messieurs. Les joueurs sont prêts. Merci.
Went for the most acute angle.
Égalité.
Well, it may have leveled out on the previous game where Alcaraz down 15-40. He was able to survive with a second serve that was called good. And Zverev just catching some of the sideline there to survive.
Avantage Zverev.
As you say, things tend to even themselves out. That previous backhand made it by 5 millimeters. That's the difference there. So make that double breakdown. At that point, he would clearly have an awful lot to do. As it is, chance to keep it to a single break now. Clinging on. And you feel he's still got real interest here in this. Alcaraz with that break point he couldn't take. 3-2 now in the final set. This was the point, of course, in that previous game there. Not sure how Sasha Zverev got out of that game at times, but he did.
Reprise.
We still feel very much in the balance as we go into the 5th hour here. Carlos Alcaraz had his opportunity to go ahead by a double break in this decider. He couldn't take it. Still in front. What we've seen over these 4 hours, I feel it's, can't be totally sure it's decisive yet here. Serving with that break 3-2, final set. Enough sting on that one.
15-30. Merci.
Every point is such a tussle, isn't it? It's like a match in itself right now. Reflects the situation. Living every moment of it.
Perhaps the youth and the power of Alcaraz helping him turn this game around. It's a big favorable stat right there.
Some doubt about that for a moment. It was good, and every moment is so keenly contested.
Or every point now, the outcome, if it's for Alcaraz or for Zverev, met with the enthusiasm of the crowd.
Is he responding again here?
Avantage Zverev.
The crowd, and as you move into the 5th set, it's a final as well. There's a lot on the line. They've played for 4 hours already. This can be the oxygen that you need.
Merci beaucoup.
Tap into the crowd.
Alcaraz is as good as anyone at doing that. We've seen that over the last few years.
Égalité.
Zverev was looking down at the line, but no further complaint there. Just bemoaning his luck.
Yeah, quite possibly another second serve, catching part of the line. Alcaraz looks like he's moved over on both sides of the court, just giving him some extra space.
Égalité.
You made the point, the crowd are very, very been fair throughout in the fifth set here. Both getting huge support.
Zverev unhappy once again.
Avantage Alcaraz.
Alcaraz paused to have a look at the line call. And that almost instigated green lit for Zverev to try and take the ball on. Give less time for Alcaraz to react. Made the mistake himself, then pointing the finger at Alcaraz that he caused the delay.
Keeping too low for his liking. Alcaraz toughs that one out to move a couple of games away here.
Alcaraz mène 4-2.
Just wonder again, Mark, at this point, the fact that the Spaniards won a couple. I mean, they've both got excellent five-set records, as we said, not much to choose there. But just that fact that he's got over the line twice. He's won two of these. Whether that's the difference in the end.
He's up against a man that does have a supreme record and 5 sets here at Roland-Garros.
Stepping up there.
A bit more sting on the ball, looking for the forehand. So he hasn't lost sight of what his weapons are. Alcaraz behind that forehand, combined with his movement.
Okay, well, Stein's view here is that it's caught some of the line, that one. Okay, accepted.
First service.
Gasps from the crowd. I think seeing Alcaraz take the pace off the backhand, hit high, heavy rotation, and then when it comes to the forehand, he is just flattening it out right now. A bit more power. Oh my goodness.
He's made that as well. This is the power surge. It could well be taking him to the title.
And the roar of the crowd. Elevating her. Zverev can't believe that Alcaraz made that. That was a one-handed pass.
All break points. That line as well, is that the moment there where he can finally say he's going to get this done, the double break, and serve for the title. About seizing moments, isn't it? And maybe it's just the fact that he's done it a couple of times before that's going to be the difference. Very tough for Zverev back from here now.
Well, again, it's just that the crowd can impact the outcome of a match, and we've seen throughout today's matchup that each time Zverev's maybe questioned a call, the crowd haven't given him a bit of any space. Or crowd certainly behind Alcaraz after securing that vital break.
Sasha Zverev, he's not out of this yet. He was so close in that US Open final, but is his second final going to end in defeat again here. Carlos Alcaraz to serve for the Coupe de Mousquetaire, for the Roland-Garros title here.
The beauty of the two breaks by as well, that it's just the buffer. Would have been the one break. I think there would be still some of the fifth set to be played out. The luxury of 2 breaks might be enough.
It's such a difference, isn't it? You see the way he plays that first point. That additional cushion. It's been a match of point streaks, but this looks to be the decisive one. And put together by Alcaraz. Line being checked here. No real reaction there from Zverev to that one. Now he's going up to have a look at it.
He hasn't got too many right, has he, Zverev?
Slides wide. There's one 5-set loss here. It was a painful one, of course. The semis 3 years ago, Zverev saw that as a missed opportunity. And Stefanos Tsitsipas. Alcaraz here 2 points away. Four hours and 18 minutes of ebbs and flows, fluctuations. The Spaniard here looks like he's going to come out on the right end of it. 2 championship points. He has done it. Carlos Alcaraz is the Roland-Garros champion. He makes more history here, the Spaniard. His 3rd Grand Slam title, staying perfect in finals. The youngest man to capture Grand Slams on 3 different surfaces. Alexander Zverev denied. The new Spanish king here will lift the Coupe de Mousquetaire.
Yeah, that's pretty much apt, isn't it? It's the king of clay has been Rafa Nadal, and we've probably anointed Carlos Alcaraz as the prince of clay, but I think after today's results, and they're bound to be a few more, that it might be replaced with that crown. May not match the 14-time victory, the 14 victories of Rafa Nadal, but again, it is a new day dawning in men's tennis.
Yeah, that theme, of course, ringing true throughout. You've got to feel for that man as well, what he's contributed to the tournament. The joy. He suffered through it, they both did. Alcaraz talked about that, about finding the joy in the suffering and coming out on the other end, and he's done that as he embraces his family as well. His parents are here. That Spanish legacy, and he's just continued it. The great champions, Nadal, you mentioned, Bruguera, Moya, Costa, all the others as well who've won this title, and he now adds his name, inscribes his name in the history of this amazing event. So first of all, to the runner-up, the men's singles for this year, his second Grand Slam singles final, and it ends in defeat again here for Alexander Zverev. You can see how disappointed he is. Great tournament for him, but he really badly, of course, wanted to win this, win his first major title. He's won pretty much all the other big prizes. But his wait, of course, for a first Grand Slam singles title goes on to this runner-up finish here at Roland-Garros. Now we move to the winner of the Coupe de Mousquetaire. That's his third Grand Slam singles title. Won the US Open in 2022, Wimbledon last year, and now becomes the youngest man to win Grand Slam titles on all the three major surfaces here. Carlos Alcaraz receiving the Coupe de Mousquetaire from Bjorn Borg. And there it is then, as we say, the new Spanish king of Roland-Garros, the recipient of the Coupe de Mousquetaire, Carlos Alcaraz. Now it starts to sink in there. Said that from when he was a kid, of course, idolising, seeing all his compatriots who lifted that trophy, and now he is able to as well. And all at 21 years of age.
Mesdames et messieurs, nous allons vous demander de vous lever si ce n'est pas déjà fait. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthem of Spain.
Now, Aunt Mary asking everyone to stand for the national anthem of Spain.